It is 6:31. Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the February 10th regular board meeting, and we're going to do roll call. Our treasurer is out for the day, but I'll do roll call, and then we'll elect a treasurer pro tem. And Latoya Dowdover.
Here.
Ashley Zimmer.
Here.
Deanna Herbert.
Here.
John Kirshner.
Here.
Kathy Walsh. Here. All here. I move that Ashley Zimmer be appointed treasurer pro tem for this meeting, February 10th, 2026, due to the absence of the treasurer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? We have roll call, please. Latoya Dowdover.
Aye.
Ashley Zimmer.
Aye.
Deanna Herbert.
Aye.
John Kirshner.
Aye.
Kathy Walsh. Aye. We now move to adoption of the meeting agenda. I recommend that we, as the Board of Education, adopt the agenda.
Second.
So I would like to recommend, would like to recommend that due to the OSB just getting back to us today and the treasurer not being here, and to move things along quickly, is to move all of the unfinished business to the work session that we were planning on scheduling. We don't have a date on that, but if we move items D, wait a minute, I'm sorry, items G, hang on one moment. I think the agenda changed just a little bit, did it?
Only because we added the treasurer pro tem, so the letters are off one.
Oh, you put it on there. I didn't see that. Okay, well, these will be items D 1 through 4 to the work sessions that we are going to be scheduling. So that's what I would recommend. Does anybody have a problem with us moving those before we adopt the agenda, taking those off the agenda and putting them on a work session?
Just to clarify, you're talking about item D. Correct.
Yes, items.
It's all of item
Just
D.
unfinished business that we have on the agenda.
That's
That
what
would
I
be
was
board
clarifying.
items, unfinished business D 1 through 4. And this agenda is a little different than what was in your packet.
So on item 4, would we not be able to appoint people to the committee?
Yeah, we would be moving that to the work session, and all that will be taking place then. The reason I wanted to include that one is the language in that is questionable on if it meets our policy, and if we're going over that, then we will have the guidance that we need to make sure that we're doing the work that we really want to do, and we're not setting something up that might not do what we want it to do.
Is the committee, I don't recall the committee policy being a work session item or one of discussion, but if that is, then I just think for that, with students waiting, my opinion, we should move forward, let them finish out the year. But I understand if we need to not, but I disagree with item D4 being included to be moved to the work session for that purpose. But I do understand what you're saying, but I don't see that as an item as such as the committee policy in a part of the second read for item D1.
Well, we already moved a whole section from the past meeting to, which is all about committees, to that work session. So I just felt this kind of fit right in there with it. But if we don't all agree, we'll have to vote on moving that. And
Okay, that's
so,
fine, because last meeting you appointed someone to finance, policy, and facilities, if I'm not mistaken. And if we're about our students,
that is correct.
then we should do the same for our student voice committee. And parent is not on here as well, but that's just, so I agree we should vote.
So at this point, we don't have the goals set for that committee in writing, and we'll be opening ourselves up to possible problems, and it would be, but we can vote on that. So at this point, we'll move D 1 through 3. Everybody agrees on that. And we'll move those off the agenda for this month, or for right now. So we'll only have D4, and that will now be D1. And does anyone else want to recommend any changes to the agenda before we adopt it?
That we added D2, which would be parent voice committee, the appointment of that.
Well,
So adding item D2, parent voice committee appointment.
so that will have to, we'll go ahead and add them, that's fine. 2. Parent voice. And is there any other changes? John? Okay, so
I didn't see anything else, Ms. Walsh. Thank you.
So I move that the Board of Education approve the agenda.
So move.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Staudaberger.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer. Aye. Ms. Herbert.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirchner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
We already did the treasurer pro tem, so we'll move on to item number C, public participation. All meetings of the board and the board appointed committees are open to the public. In order for the Board of Education to fulfill its obligation to complete the planned agenda in an effective and efficient fashion, a maximum of 30 minutes of public participation may be permitted at each regular Board of Education meeting. Each person addressing the Board of Education shall give their name, organization represented, and pertinent background information. If several people wish to speak, each person is allotted 3 minutes until the total time 30 minutes is used. During that period, no person may speak twice until all who desire to speak have had the opportunity to do so. Persons desiring more time should submit their request in writing to the Board of Education office or email public comment at gocruisers.org 7 days prior to the scheduled meeting. The period of public participation may be extended by a majority vote of the board members present and voting. Please remember that the law prohibits discussion of specific employees and their job performance at a public meeting. State law does allow for discussion of board members regarding employees in executive session of the board. We have one public participant, and that is Jane Deckard.
Good evening. My name is Jane Deckard. I live at 3808 Laguna Drive, and these are my opinions. I'm speaking tonight about the possibility of the board hiring a part-time board clerk. I believe there to be a better use of $24,000. It seems to me that that money should be used for things that are needed for the children of our district instead of the board needs. Mr. Kirschner, you have voiced your concern a couple times about high schoolers struggling with multiplication facts. How about using that money for a math tutor for elementaries, which you should know is a foundation for high school? Lots of schools have title math teachers. Maybe that money could be split between building budgets so teachers don't have to spend their own money for educational materials like scholastic magazines. Maybe paraprofessionals who deal with special education students, some severe, could get a bonus. I know contracts exist, but they really deserve more for getting kicked, bit, and punched. Perhaps this money should be saved to repair leaky roofs, which we already know we have, and probably will have more when the snow melts. Maybe this money could be used to buy snow blowers for each building and not come out of principal's funds. I could add many more to the list. Field trips, take care of a mouse problem, more kindergarten aides. It goes on and on. I also don't believe, looking at the 4-year forecast, spending money on the board instead of the students is a wise use of school funds. If this comes to a vote, your vote will tell me if you are here for our students and their needs or are here for another purpose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're now on to item D, board items unfinished business. The Student Voice Committee appointment by the president is number 1. And I'm not prepared to appoint anyone at this time because those committees don't have goals. And that's not a voting issue. And on to number 2, Parent Voice Committee. And again, I'm not prepared to appoint anyone at this time because we don't have specific goals and the problems that that committee may have that we'll be discussing.
If I can make a discussion point, as mentioned during our meeting, I guess there's a difference of opinions, but this is work that's already been happening with parents and students. And so this would be able to resume what was already being worked on for this school year. So I understand calendar year, and we've changed the board over, but the purpose was to resume the work that's already being done. And that is what the ask was. So just for the record, so it can be in the many minutes. Thank you.
I'm not sure I followed quite everything, but you said we've already done work for this school year with the student advisory committees.
We've already started working with students and parents this school year.
Have we had a meeting this year? I didn't see one on our
If
website.
we were supposed to
The
pick back,
last meeting was in June of 2025.
we were
correct?
supposed to pick back up, and the students have been asking, and I've said that multiple times in our board meeting. So we were waiting for this administration to be in place to meet with them, but we were already meeting with our parents. So
When was the last parent advisory committee meeting?
I'll have to look that up. I don't have that right off the top of my head. That would have been September, August timeframe maybe, but I'm not for certain.
I'll go ahead and look that up.
Sounds good.
May I ask,
So, well, in one moment, Mr. Kirshner, the last parent advisory was July 21st, 2025. So this school year, I don't think we've done any work. I'm just saying, I want to make sure that we hear everybody's voices and we're doing the work doing it the way we're supposed to. Everybody's voice is so important. And some problems have been brought up about how the meeting minutes are redacted and how that could be a problem for the district. I just think if we do it through the work session and we have guidance through somebody who is knowledgeable in those subjects, that way we'll be sure that we're hearing everybody's voice. It's very important.
what was meant by we've already been working this year? Could that be clarified, please?
So we had already been meeting with the parents throughout the summer, throughout the year. This year, not school year per se, but the work that was being proposed over the summer with the parents was for this school year. We paused just because there were some questions with policy and wording of the name of the committee, because it's always operated as a committee, but not necessarily as an advisory board. But we use the word advisory committee. So in lieu of advisory committee, we just took advisory out with the motion that was made by Ashley and myself from advisory to voice. And our students have been asking. So. And our students, and how this works is that we have had our students who've been a part of Student Voice, formerly known as Student Advisory. They're grandfathered in, so they go from year to year, and we add in more students. So as you leave the middle school, you go to the high school. Going from elementary to middle school, you have an opportunity to continue your service. And then you bring more folks on. It's open to all students, not a specific GPA. So all students are represented. We worked with our administration, Mr. Grube and Mr. Smathers, to see if we could identify students who typically may not volunteer, and this could be an opportunity for them to be a part of something positive and make impact in their buildings where other reasons may not allow them to do that. So we didn't want any of those things to be a barrier. Of course, if there's a student failing, that's not something we want, and we would work with the principals on that if they were to be wanting to be a part of the committee. So some of the things that have come out of those committees: Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, that's student led. They've made suggestions to their principal about increased discipline, about profanity, especially in the middle school, even with the high school, better choices and better things inside of the athletic rooms. I don't know what that's called. The changing areas, is that the correct name? The athletic locker rooms, things like that they've put together and have led that. And it's been very insightful for the administration at the high school, the assistant principal, and the principals there, as well as the board.
Thank you for that. And I would say that nobody is saying that their voices aren't important. I'm saying the opposite, that it's very important, and we have to make sure it's done in a manner that the board actually can do something about their voice and the parents' voices, and that it's set up in a manner that doesn't necessarily put them at risk, because it's going to be a public meeting and people can come in and film them. And there's a lot of, and it's just, I've been advised that we really need to look at that committee and how it's set up. And make sure we're doing the work of the board so that we're hearing those voices. It's very important. Yes.
What about the will of the board? We voted with a simple majority to establish the committees, and it feels like this is a delay tactic instead of us moving forward, appointing someone to get the things set up so that we can move forward to hear the voices of our parents.
I do think it's important that everybody's voice is heard, and that's why we're going to work on it at a work session to make sure we're doing it correctly.
So to give you an
Any other
example,
comments?
can I give you an example? I'm sorry. I'll give you an example why we need to have a work session. We had whatever you want to call it, we had this thing last year. We went through and we selected students who were then assigned to a committee whose name was then redacted from the committee. So you have a board committee with members assigned by the board, and no one can know who the committee is. So there's a few instances like that where it makes sense to pause, because we're now calling this a board committee, and now we're inviting students into a board committee, not an advisory committee reporting to the superintendent, but students reporting to a board. And that's pretty unusual for what we would typically call a student advisory committee that we're now calling a student voice committee. And it opens up some interesting liabilities, and I'm not against it, but I think we haven't fleshed out how it's going to work yet, and what's going to be fair, etc. And to the point, we had policy committees that we wanted to form, and those were all tabled for this work session. And the only ones that were appointed were the ones that ended up remaining as a standing committee, and the president appointed to them, but is not appointed to the other committees they wanted because we agreed to work on this in a workshop. So I just think to flesh these things out makes sense, and to come to an agreement on how they will function and what they will do makes a lot of sense, because this is a brand new thing, and we're involving students in it, and it's no longer an advisory committee to the administration. It is now students and a particular group of students having a highway to influence or to be on a board committee, and we've not done that before, and I think we probably need some advice to, if we need to protect the students, like we've redacted their names, can we do that going forward if it's a board committee? I don't know that we ever should have done that. I'm not sure that's right. So these are things that I think we should get some guidance on and have some discussion about, so we can move forward properly, not give the parental advisory committee a voice, not do anything like that. The parental advisory, I think it can wait for our workshop. They haven't had a meeting since a year next month. So I think it would be great to have some discussion, agree on goals and ideas. And I wouldn't say that it's any more fair to characterize this as a delay than it is to characterize the other two committees as a delay. I think it just gives us a great opportunity to work together in a workshop, and I think good things will come of that.
The reason I'm saying that it's a delay is because we voted and it passed. So it wasn't tabled or put off until the work session. The majority of the board voted for something to be created. And delaying that because you don't agree with it isn't okay if we operate as a board by majority vote.
It's not that I don't agree with it. I agree we should have these committees, but the way the committees are set up, if we don't, the language that was presented does not give a clear scope and does not follow our board policy. So we need to correct that. And that would best be done at the work session where we're working on committees and policies.
So when we have the
So-
meeting, if we could bring the board policy committee to that as well as a part of the work session, so that way the parameters are there. I will also state that I know that there's new members of our board. But when this was originally brought up, this came out of one of our OSBA Capital conferences where we saw another school
Yeah.
district do
Could
the
you
very.
repeat that, because the caption's saying
Mhm.
something weird there? Thank you.
I said that the original concept came from the OSBA Capital Conference with the presentation of the students and the board on how it worked. And it was shared with that board not this current board, but the board prior, what we were doing. And we did not have participation by all board members. So it was identified what we were doing. We reported out multiple times to the board, which anyone can look at our meeting minutes in our board update section, where we identified what we were working on, what the students talked about. The chairpersons coordinated with the school and the students, and we reported back to this board over and over again. So I just want to make sure for the record it's clear on how it was defined, and that we allowed our students to have a voice. Therefore, it was student led, and the same thing with the parents, which I've had the opportunity to co-chair both parent, middle, and high school, because we did not have enough board members to participate on all. So I took 3, and then the other 2 also had former board member Bauer and former board member Gray also took 1, and we all reported every board meeting where we were. But I will gladly share with our 2 new board colleagues that information that I received from OSBA Capital Conference, so you guys can have that for historical knowledge. But I just wanted to at least kind of give the concept, so everybody kind of is brought up to speed, because student advisory, or the student voice community now, has been ongoing for at least 2 to 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. So I just wanted to make sure that it's for the notes that way, and I can also provide that documentation to the treasurer pro tem for the meeting minutes.
And I would appreciate that, but I would like to say that the historical data that you just said is not accurate, in my opinion. I looked through our meeting minutes and tried to find where we had a heading, a report from our student advisory committee and reports from our parent advisory committees, and those were very limited. But that's probably because we don't have them set up right, and they're not reporting back to the board as frequently as we should, and or as because there's no guidance from the board, and that's some of the problems. You know, if we're not hearing them here, then it's hard for us to act on it. And
The
I'm just
chairpersons
saying that's
reported.
my recollection. I went through the minutes. I would ask you to go through the minutes and bring up the ones that say
Okay.
where we had a heading that said report from the student advisory middle school, report from the student advisory elementary school, and such. Are there any more questions on this?
No, what I'll do is I'll find those agendas and get those to the treasurer pro tem where it shows student advisory updates on our board agendas. And it's the chairpersons from the Board of Education that provided those report outs. Specifically, I remember when Ms. Gray talked about the elementary school concerned about safety and active shooter. That was something that came back as a report.
Oh, I'm not
through our
saying they never
chairperson.
did.
I just want to make sure they know that it's clear to our public that when we talk about a report, there was reporting done from the chairperson who served on that board as the Board of Education. But I will get that information over to the board so it can be included in the meeting minutes.
So-
I would say I wasn't even able to find meeting minutes from the last meeting of several of the student advisory committees, and that's a problem because those have to be put up. So I'm just saying we need to look at this, and I would like to move on now to consent item E, consent items. Does anybody want anything pulled out of the consent items?
Before I move on, can I ask one question?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know you had one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I looked down there.
John, you said that you thought it should be a superintendent's committee or something along those lines, that it should not be a board committee. We can't establish superintendent committees, only Mr. Group can. So what are you suggesting we do? Because it sounds like we're not going to get anywhere.
What I'm suggesting is we didn't get it right last time. Let's get it right this time. We called it a student advisory committee, but we ran it as a board committee. For one great instance, you were elected chairperson to one of the committees, and all of a sudden, abracadabra, you weren't, because the board was actually running the committee. And I think if we wanted to get into it now, and I'd rather we do it at a work session, that
I'm not
I
talking
think
about
that-
the past. I'm asking how we're going to move forward to resolve it.
right.
Like,
So
what's the game
but
plan? What
Kathy
how we're
has.
going to do?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're fine.
No, I think Kathy has found instances where the way this is set up conflicts with current policy, and if we want to get into that now, we can, or we could do it at the work session. If we want to dig deeper, I think that's the only reason.
I'm not asking about why. I'm asking how you're proposing to solve it down the road. You said a superintendent committee. We can't establish that.
I have a lot of concerns. One is, okay.
I'm not asking about concerns. I'm asking about how you plan to resolve it, what your goals are, what you see happening. Nothing about
Her
concerns.
question, John, is do you have a plan for resolving it? Or you want to discuss that at a work session is what I'm hearing John
Yes.
Right.
saying to
My,
you.
my
and-
suggestion to resolve it is to dig into the law, to dig into the policy, make this new committee align with both, because the idea is to give the students a voice and the parents a voice, and to do so fairly, and to do so within the four squares of both the Ohio Revised Code and our policy. And I just think that requires a little bit more discussion, so that we stay within the rails. That's it. I'm not here right now with here's how we need to do it. I'm just saying, I think just like some of the other things that we discussed, it would be helpful to sit down and work through it, discuss whatever it is that Kathy has found that she feels is conflicting in policy, fix the policy, or correct the way, or make sure that this thing is formed and functions in the right way. And the one example I gave is the fact that we had students on the committee, but they weren't named. That could be very much an open meetings violation. If you watch a football game, the kids' names are on the back of the jerseys. So I'm not sure we needed to redact their names. That's just examples. I just want to make sure we do it right. I don't
Thank
have
you,
your
Mr.
complete
Kushner.
answer.
Ashley, did you have any more questions?
Oh, that's it.
Okay, we're on to item E, consent agenda. Does anyone want anything pulled out of the consent agenda? Oh, I'll leave that to Jamie. Go, Jamie.
leave it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison School Board of Education approve the consent agenda items as outlined in E1, 2, and 3.
So moved.
I'll second.
Would anyone like anything pulled out? Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Dowdell-Berger,
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer, aye. Ms. Herbert,
Aye.
Ms. Walsh,
Aye.
Mr. Kirchner,
Aye.
motion passes.
We're gonna go past F since nothing was pulled out. On to item G, new business, to set a work session date. Mr. Groove has been talking with Mr.
Mr.
Fuji?
Fuji, although at this point we're working to make sure there's nothing that would conflict him doing this. I was, if we're determine a day and time, I can either see if that can happen with him or look for some other people to help facilitate the meeting at the board's discretion, or you can give me the authority to find someone
Thank-
to help facilitate it.
Yeah, thank you. So, and what I would like to recommend is that we have 2 work sessions so that we're not sitting in work sessions hour after hour. And we have one with, to go over the board governance, the policies, the items that we've had moved out to deal with as far as the committees, and do that at 1. And we could have Megan do that since she has said she would be available to do that anytime in February, actually. And then have Mr. Fuji, whenever Jamie can get that set up, to do over goal planning. And Jamie also recommended part of that be a team building type event as well. Which I thought was, he mentioned that at our planning session, and I thought that was a good recommendation. So I would like to get the board's feelings off. Ashley, do you have anything?
Not at this time, no.
Latoya or,
I guess Megan, who is it? Our attorney, Megan. I just.
oh yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Mr.
Which wasn't
Fuji
her.
is who?
Okay, he came and talked to us.
West Point man.
John
The
referred
West
to
Point
him.
man that did our
Could you tell us?
goals last time.
He was our facilitator for the portrait of a cruiser and the strategic plan.
Did you mention that there might be some type of conflict? What would that be?
I prefer not to.
Okay.
We're making sure there's not.
Okay.
Yeah, and his work, the portrait of a cruiser work was really good work, and I thought he has a good familiarity. And when Mr. Group recommended him, I thought that was a good idea. So, but what does the board think of having 2 separate so that we can go stay on track with 2 and get them done in a more efficient manner? Was my thought.
I'm not opposed to 2, but we can't really schedule something if we don't know if there's a conflict or not.
Well,
Unless
we
we
would
have a
schedule.
backup plan.
Well, my thought was schedule the one with Megan now, and then we'd schedule the other one after, and hopefully we'd have that one done, and we'd all be on the same page with a lot of things. And
Okay,
then,
so we're only doing a date for the first one now.
yeah, just doing the date for the first one now, and as soon as Jamie has everything together, that we would then schedule the next one, and hopefully that would be in March. So we have one in February, one in March, and we can start setting those goals and everything.
So I'm clear. This would be 3 meetings a month then now instead of the 2.
Well, this is a work session, and that's because you requested, Deanne requested to have a work session. for
Yeah,
this
we did.
item.
I just know that's why I was hoping we would be at 1 meeting a month. So if that's the case, we had to do things like this. We could add on for 2 and not have 3. But I hope that. And you said the second meeting of the month would only be needed if we had old business, correct?
If we have old business, that's what we would typically do.
Okay.
But not always. I mean, if we,
But that's why I was
it's
saying,
always
so there's a
exceptions to the
possibility.
rule, of course.
So there could be a possibility
Like,
it'd still be 2
This one
meetings.
had some exceptions as far as the consent agenda. Jamie asked if it be placed on there, and of course they were important. And the urgent necessity next is also an important item, so that's also new business. But Megan did say she's available for pretty much any date, including a weekend, which that's when we've typically done our work sessions, except for the evening of the 28th on the weekends, but any day except for Wednesday, the 18th was one day she did not have. So I was just trying to get it out of the way so we could be done with it. But if you guys want to keep move it again, we can. So was anyone opposed to doing one on a weekend? Maybe
I don't
towards
want
the
to do a weekend.
Yeah, I coach basketball on the
Yeah.
weekend.
Are there any days that are acceptable for anyone for this month? For next month? So you don't want to schedule a work session is what you're saying? If you don't have any dates in February and you don't have any in March, I'm concerned that what we're doing.
I don't know where you got that from. I just said I'd not anything for the weekends. I didn't say anything else.
All right, so that's when we've always done them in the past. That's why I recommended that.
Repeat that for me, please.
I said the weekend is when we have always done it in the past.
I'm not trying to speak out of context, but when we were doing the planning meeting, I believe Jamie suggested doing possibly a weeknight for a shorter time period.
Yeah, that would be great too.
So we could
Yes,
potentially
that's why
do
I
that
said- That's why I said
if
any day
people are
by the
available
Wednesday
in an evening
during the
during a
month.
weekday. Just throwing it out there.
Just
Jamie
leaving
said
all
that if we did it
options.
during the week in a shorter time frame, we might be able to accomplish more and not be drawn out, if you will. So he might have suggested
You
doing
said
it
you thought it
during
would
the
take
week.
3 to 4 hours.
Potentially.
Is that right?
I do not remember. Jamie
Oh.
could share insight. I think it was that,
Well,
but I
we were just talking about a range of options from doing either all day or multiple day weekend meetings. And I suggested that maybe to try to get the ball rolling, we try to focus on a shorter session, like for an evening, for instance, for 3 hours, to try to get the process started. Because of I was sharing that if we have many things on the agenda and 2 days scheduled, I don't want us to stall out. I want us to feel like we're getting some things decided and accomplished, or offering that as a suggestion to do that.
What planning meeting was this? I'm sorry. You said a planning meeting, Ashley?
yes, it was Kathy, myself, Jamie, and Adam, a planning meeting for this meeting that we're at now.
Okay.
For the agenda,
Yes, for the this agenda right here. So does anybody have a date? Is there a
Remind me which one we're trying to do first, what the order is, please.
for the one with Megan for the policies and the committees and governance type issues? She has the presentation that she's done many times. This is something she's done
So-
before.
So we're just doing another
Any
Tuesday?
day, I'm sorry, any day but the 25th of this month, and the 20, I'm sorry, 2nd and 4th. So any day but the 25th and 26th works for me this month.
She said the 28th, the evening of the
25th,
28th,
Wednesday
or on the
25,
18th.
or Thursday 26 are out. And
And the 18th.
this Thursday, the 12th are out. Outside that, I'm open.
really quick, was there a reason I wasn't included in the agenda prep?
No, there was not a reason. And do you have any dates available?
No, but are you
discussion right now
familiar
is
with our
focused on this.
policy, BDDC?
That will be looking at all the policies.
But the current one that
Or
exists now?
at least how we would go about looking at those policies.
the current policy for agenda preparation.
Can we look at that during comments and other, because this is, we
Okay.
got to say
Yeah, we can.
discussion on our topic. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. To set the work session dates.
So say is there another Tuesday that's optional? I know Miss Simmer, you said you have some Tuesdays that don't work, and I couldn't remember which ones those were.
This month I'm actually more open because they switched our PTA meeting to actually tomorrow instead of the last 2 Tuesdays. So I am open the last 2 Tuesdays of this month.
So would the 17th or 24th work for anybody? Just to keep with the pattern of Tuesdays.
24th.
Either of those days work for me.
I'm available both.
24th, you said, Miss Hugh. Okay, 24th then, I guess.
Either. I thought you said neither. Yeah, the 24th is fine.
24th.
24th is fine for me. Yes.
Well, you don't need to be a part of it. Yes, you should. I know. What do you think? That's the board. The board.
We're discussing the policies. I would think he would need to be there to share insight to anything that might interfere.
I am gonna have some
Oh, he's
time
gonna be
out of
going-
town with my dad's hip surgery. So, I would
Maybe
like to
online?
be there. However, I don't want to stop this progress from happening. So if, you know, if you guys settle on a date that works and I can't make it, just do it.
Just
I
do it.
think we need to make progress.
All right, so the
Paul, would
24th.
sorry to cut you off. Paul, would you be willing to step in to share any insight of any red flags that we might be doing?
Yes, ma'am.
So is everybody's good on the 24th then? What time do you want the meeting to start? 6:30? Is that good?
6:30 or later, preferably for me. 7 is best, as stated before.
All right. So we'll have a special meeting or work session planned for Tuesday, the 24th at 6:30. All right, on to item G2, the middle school north roof repair. Jamie,
Superintendent recommends the above resolution for the middle school north roof repair.
Thank you for getting all the answers to us, by the way, Jamie. Well, to the best of your ability.
Oh, so moved.
I'll second.
so that's Latoya, and then Ashley, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have some comments.
All right, John, go ahead.
All right. I sent a memo to the file. I went out this morning about 9 o'clock. Kathy went with me as well. And I'll just read what I've written down here. So the memo is prepared for the board file to document firsthand observation made during a site visit and to preserve governance appropriate questions raised regarding electrical incident, longstanding water intrusion, and subsequent proposed emergency procurement. The intent is factual record keeping and risk clarification. Firsthand observation, the roof system and physical condition. Madison Middle School North utilizes a built-up roof system. During the site visit, long-term rust and corrosion were observed on corrugated roof panels, materials in the affected area. The extent and condition of the corrosion appear consistent with repeated or chronic water intrusion over time rather than a single recent weather event. There was an electrical incident. Water intrusion entered a 6x6 junction box serving 277-volt lighting circuits, resulting in arcing. Following the incidents, power to the affected circuit was shut off. Post-incident operating conditions, permanent lighting in the affected classroom has remained off for more than 1 week. Classrooms have been operating using a portable floor lamp and temporary lighting. In-house maintenance applied temporary protective measures to the electrical components. A permanent code-compliant electrical repair, such as a replacement NEMA-rated enclosure and conduit, has not yet been completed. Fire department involvement. The fire department responded to the incident and restricted classroom use pending correction of the electrical condition. The questions I have is, I don't understand. I was surprised the kids were still sitting in the dark. Why was a licensed electrician not immediately engaged to replace the affected junction box with a NEMA-rated waterproof enclosure to restore permanent lighting, or reroute the lighting to restore the lights to the use classroom that have been off for more than a week?
Our thought was that we would get the leak repair done first, so there's not active water intrusion coming in, and have an electrician come out and make the repairs.
Okay. I can kind of understand that, but at the same time, it's this electrical box is near a drain and near a seam that's obviously leaked many times over time. So a simple placement of that box would have taken care of not having kids sitting next to, I mean, literally you have kids in an entire classroom with one little floor lamp, and the only way you could see their faces was the light off of their Chromebooks, and they've been in that situation for quite a while. And also, we have unlicensed people opening up wet electrical arcing boxes and making their idea of a repair without any electrical licensing, without contacting the city of Groveport for permitting. So that's problematic by itself, because we've opened up a box, it's had water intrusion. The water intrusion into the box likely means that there's water intrusion into the conduit. All that needs properly repaired. So the roof gets repaired, and then they put the box back together, and you really haven't addressed what could be a serious electrical problem. And the other question I have is, did the department's restriction require the lighting circuit to remain off indefinitely, or was the occupancy contingent upon completion of a compliant electrical repair?
Will you ask me that again, please?
What's that?
Will you state that again?
Yeah,
please?
did the fire department restriction require the lighting circuits to remain off indefinitely, or was it contingent upon completion of a compliant electrical repair?
I don't know the answer to that, and I don't want to assume.
Okay. I also don't understand how we evaluated the classrooms to have them operate for an extended period of time using floor lamps or temporary lighting. I'll also say, in these buildings that were built, they were built for T12 lighting. They're now operating off of LEDs. So each and every classroom is using about a quarter of the load that it was designed for initially. So for us to take and borrow electric off of a neighboring classroom off of a breaker would have been a very simple thing. We should have been able to very quickly light the classrooms that are unlit at a very low cost with electricians. So I think when we have something like this, obviously it makes a lot of sense not to leave the kids sitting in the dark, but to just have an electrician come out, because they could have cured the water intrusion. Or if you didn't even want to mess with that, they could have simply tied the electrical feed off of other classrooms, because we now share a very tiny load off of what that building was initially designed to.
Can I say a couple things?
Yeah.
So obviously this item is about a roof repair, and there's electrical issues going on there. If you want us to have electricians come out, and I'm sorry, I don't even know what a NEMA box is, but you know, electricians to come out and make these repairs, I'm happy to do that. I did not want kids in dark classrooms. The 2 classrooms, so the first day we moved kids out of 4 classrooms. The building used the floor lamps and with some natural light from the very few windows there are, and they continued to have classes in those classrooms. I don't think that's acceptable. I think having kids in a space that where they can't see and read and do things properly is not a good solution. Our thought process was to initially get our leaks taken care of, which is why we requested this under urgent necessity to do that, because we could get this expedited, we could get the repairs made. They could begin that work in as early as a week, and they think, depending on weather, it would be about 2 weeks to complete the work. If we want to go a different direction, I know there were lots of questions we went over about going for competitive bid, doing things like that. I'm fine doing whatever the board would like me to do. I was trying to bring a solution that would expedite this process to get a 20-plus-year-old roof repaired. It is out of warranty. I did get some information literally just a little bit before the board meeting that the warranty expired in 2016. And we can bring electricians out and do the work right away, because I agree that's not acceptable to have kids in a dark classroom. I was hoping to get the roof mitigation work done so we could get kids back in all of their classrooms. But that's kind of a very quick version is how we went from this leaking in the electrical thing to the recommendation today.
Right. Go ahead.
They have some questions too.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what he said. I wasn't trying to derail your roofing discussion. I'm just trying to point out we have a number of problems. We have maintenance guys who are not licensed electricians going into 277 electric circuits, and we're not covered for that. I mean, if someone has to go, if you're going to open that up and start putting band-aids on it, somebody needs to go down to the city of Groveport with a license, pull a permit, and we need to do that. And so I think in this particular instance, it would have been safer for our kids and our students when we had 277 arcing that you got an electrician out there, because I think we would have found a very affordable fix that would have got the kids back in light probably overnight, and also you would have addressed the safety issue. I think just looking at it from someone who's done school lighting, I just looked up and said there was a better way. That's why I brought that forward.
Sure, we can get an electrician and ask for them to get out there as soon as tomorrow and start to do that work and get permits and correct that.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
Anyone else have questions? I mean, I have some that I'll leave.
I just wanted to know, with what you had shared, Mr. Kirshner and Mr. Group, I'm not, that's not my area of expertise. So my question is, what does this mean as far as getting things addressed? Because when we start talking about pulling permits, and it's not that I don't want anyone to be safe. So, and I don't think that was anyone's intention. However, Mr. Kirshner is stating that that's not safe. We should not do that, et cetera, et cetera. What does that mean?
So, and I'll let Mr. Kirshner answer exactly what he meant, but for the arcing that was happening in the lighting, we turned the circuit off that fed those lights. So there's no power going to that. The plan has been all along to have an electrician come in and make these repairs. And we thought we had to do it after we made the roof repairs where we didn't have active water running into that area. So again, I wasn't familiar with the type of box and type of repair, but we can have an electrician come out and do that. It was not something that our maintenance staff do a lot of things on their own, but there are certain things that we know that we have to have outside contractors come in and do that. So we weren't going to try to have our maintenance guys make the electrical repair, but we literally thought we turned the power source off, so there was nothing feeding it until we got the water stopped, and then we thought we were going to have an electrician make the repair. I honestly didn't know that we could do that type of repair while there's active water going on.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Latoya, that was one of the first things I noticed was we just left the water running into the box in the conduit. So we didn't even divert. So I'm just looking at this saying, how do you respond? You know, how do you respond? 277 is high voltage. How do we respond? What can we do better? The first thing I would say you would do is divert the running water off of the electrical, right? So it doesn't fill the conduit, doesn't create rust and corrosion. So I was just seeing, I just saw where, from my perspective, we needed to just respond a little differently with licensed contractors who would come and protect the circuitry, replace indoor open metal boxes with weatherproof boxes. And because I think that should happen anyway. This is a seam that's really corroded. You can see it's been leaking for a long time. So there's no saying it wouldn't leak again. It's really close to a huge drain. So I would say, just for the sake of the integrity of the electrical, it would probably be good to do a NEMA enclosure anyway. And if you did that, it wouldn't matter if it was getting rained on or outside. You could go ahead and turn the lights on for the kids. That's what I was looking at.
Okay, thank you. And does this prolong the process, Mr. Group, with any of the,
No.
just making sure that we're,
Uh, no, based on what Mr. Kirsch is saying, I think we can move forward with the electric right away. If I can point in our packet to the back, this shows a map of the building. If you see the areas in dark blue, that's where all of the valleys on our roof are. It's a flat roof, but flat roofs obviously have to have a pitch, so you get drainage. In those valleys are where the downspouts exist. So by design, you have water go to the low part to get into, you think of them as gutters, if you will, so the water can drain away. It's not unusual when you have a roof failure that this would be a place where you start to see some of the intrusion. In the case we had all the snow and there's still a lot up there and it starts to melt, there's probably everybody at your house today. You heard your gutters running like crazy or snow. And I know the DSC gutters were flowing like crazy. When all that water exists on a flat roof and if there's any place to get in, I mean, it's basically a big pool up there. If there's any place to get in, it looks for obviously the lowest point where there's access to be able to get in. And so wherever that opening is for the water to get in, then when it gets to the decking beneath the outside, it'll run again on the decking to the lowest point. And so where you see your leaks inside, oftentimes are not necessarily where the actual leak is, although in this case, there was a drain and rust and things like that right above it. But I mean, that's kind of a telltale sign of an older roof like that. The water intrusion has gotten in. We've had a number of leaks over time. So the reality is we probably, not probably, I think we need a new roof on the building. A new roof is a significant amount of money. And there's a number of steps that you need to go through to do that. And quite honestly, part of my thought process in this is if I thought we had the time to do a bid and get it awarded and have a vendor who would have time to do the work this summer, we might have considered that. I just think the reality of getting an architect, doing the design, doing the advertising, receiving the bids, awarding the bid, and then hoping they have a crew that can come out and get a full roof replacement this summer. I don't know that that's practical. And if we miss the summer window, then we're trying to figure out how do we do a roof replacement during the school year. So when Progressive Roofing came in and we talked about some short-term strategies, there was cold emulsion, and please forgive me, I'm not an expert in this, but that would be basically building up some insulation and trying to divert and maybe get us up to a year. Doing this, they think could last for 2 to 3 years, which would give us time to go out and number one, have the excuse me, have our finances ready, because a new roof and just going on past projects that we've done could be $1.5 to $2 million. Uh, go out for competitive bid, do the process, and do that. So I was bringing a potential compromise for something to get the leak stopped as soon as possible. Um, buy us some time until we could do the full project appropriately. And Progressive said in some cases this work, if we did it now, would not have to be replaced with a full roof project. Now that would be up to the full design and the people bidding and things like that. But I'm bringing not our ultimate solution, but better than a Band-Aid.
So I have some questions. I just want to make sure everybody else has an opportunity. So I did send in a bunch of questions and Jamie got those and I appreciate you filling this out. Some of my big concerns on this is the urgent necessity. So this expands the scope of urgent necessity. So that is a big concern. We have one area that's being affected and I would like to, if we're doing this as an urgent necessity, that that we limit this to the urgent necessity. Otherwise, we're going outside of what is really allowed for us to do as an urgent necessity. The way I understand it, we're expanding the scope and it moves it outside of that into a planned repair area. Not saying those repairs aren't needed. I'm just saying those are going outside what is the statute, what the auditor would say is a urgent necessity. That's one issue. The classrooms, we had the 2 classrooms, and I thank you for setting up that tour. It was informative, and I was glad to do that. The 2 classrooms were not being used, and those students have been reassigned to different areas, which is great. The 1 classroom, there was no natural lighting because it was in one of the sections where we have the divider walls, right? So they were on this side of the divider wall and they didn't have any overhead lighting. To me, that's a concern because they didn't understand why we didn't have temporary electric being put into those areas for those teachers and those students. And there was one other room that also didn't have lighting. Overhead, but I don't remember if that was the one next to a window or not. So that one may have had some natural lighting, but the one did not. And the students have not had, they had a lamp in their Chromebooks. And there might have been 2 lamps. One was a tall one was a short one. So we could have had temporary lighting into those areas for sure. So I think really electrician needs to be in there. And as far as urgent necessity, so all the work that needs to be done to that area could be put in an urgent necessity. So that would be replacement of those ceiling tiles and whatever the electric box needing to be, the water drained out of those conduit lines, and maybe an outdoor box or my husband would be the one who would recommend that kind of stuff. I mean, that's just going off what he would say. Outdoor stuff would probably be better there because roofs sometimes leak, right? And that's right up there by those roofs. This may be a problem that can be solved temporarily, but there's a lot more work on the scope of work than just what would be the urgent necessity. Then we have square foot pricing. You're trying to compare it to the consortium, and I appreciate that. But typically, from what I have heard from some of my estimator friends, is this type of work that's lineal would be done by lineal instead of square foot pricing, lineal pricing. Maybe this is an exception, but on this is a BRU roof, BUR roof, and that would be typical. But Progressive is not here, and I don't have their contract here, so there's nothing for me to review. I only have their scope of work. But the biggest reason I have a problem is the kids are sitting in dark classrooms. That electric wasn't handled. And this scope far exceeds urgent necessity as it goes through every area of the entire building. And when I asked, are there other leaks? Because I thought, well, maybe there's other leaks, you know? And I was told, no, right now there's no other leaks. And I even saw a couple places where ceiling tiles were stained, and they said those are probably from old leaks.
Who mentioned that? Because I talked to maintenance and
It
Mr.
was-
Mosier, and they said that we have active leaks all over the building.
I asked him to show me the other leaks, and I said there were no other leaks. These are the leaks.
Okay.
So misinformation and
Sure. I
yeah.
mean, that's part of the reason why all the valleys were on there, because I was told that we had active leaks.
Yeah.
In
And
all
as
those
far as-
valley areas. I
and as far
apologize.
as for repair, you don't need an architecture to come in and do repairs. You just don't. We used to do repairs at schools at the business I was at, and we never had an architect come in and say, oh, this is how you have to do it. Went in, got bids, you know, and we were competing usually against one or two other people, sometimes not, because preferred vendors, like you said, you want to do work with them, you're used to doing work with them, and they know your buildings and your processes. But there's nothing that to say, hey, come take a look at this, or we're looking at this, we need this valley or whatever done. I'm not a roof expert by no means. Storefront, you asked me about storefront, I can.
I think
Demonstration, yeah.
I think you may have answered one of my questions, but I want to make sure. So when we look drawing, I don't know what we want to illustrate it, but the progressive roof aerial view with the blue stripes, what they're proposing is every one of these blue areas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, little eight with those little spat. That's what they're doing as part of this work. Okay, so with regard to the urgent necessity, my concern would be, let's say that the far left stripe, that end of the building is not leaking. We're declaring an urgent necessity, which, as far as I can tell, is that second stripe. But we're now expanding the scope. That might be an issue as far as compliance. But the bigger issue is this is a build-up roof, which is like when I was on the board before, we used Top Coat or Top Cat, actual blacktop company put some of these roofs on because it is a build-up roof. You put in a membrane, you cover it with hot tar, and then you do it again and you do it again in multiple layers. That's why they call it build-up roofing. The last thing you want to do is cut open this roof in the winter, because it should be 50 degrees and it needs to be hot to work. That's why, same reason we don't repave in the winter. So if I would suggest that we absolutely do not cut open any non-leaking areas in the winter. So if we were to do this as an urgent necessity, and then they come back and say, well, yeah, but we're not going to do stripes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 until summer. I think that looks bad on us because we declared urgent necessity and gave them 3/4 of their contract that wasn't urgently addressed. I would say just for two reasons. One is cutting open a tar structure in the winter makes it really hard because you're supposed to be typically over 50 degrees. As the quote shows, they're going to have to use torches to try to heat this up. In the winter, it's no fun. So I wouldn't expose the cut any more than you need to get through the winter. And I would say all these other areas, if they're not leaking, do them in the summer. I think the proposed solution is probably awesome, and the pricing is probably not bad, but I get a little scared of the urgent necessity when we take maybe what could be $30,000-$40,000 worth of work that's within your purview to do without us, and then we give them a big contract that I think if you asked them, they'd probably say, yeah, we're probably better off doing certain sections in the summer when it's hot. So it's all.
And I'm pretty sure the area what we looked at is where this number 6, the first big blue line in the vent right next to it, the square box, right? Those are those addition rooms right there. So for the other board members who may not know how this works, is they have these big drainage things up on top of these roofs, and these valleys they're talking about are the water rolls into them and then goes to these big drainage holes, and those drainage holes lead it out of the building. Sometimes probably it could be from the drainage hole itself, or the valley, if it has a seam there and has low points there. There's a lot of places water can come in, but that was the area. And then if that goes to other drains to the building, right? to go out of the building usually, sometimes just one, but those can get iced up in this type of weather. And then just like your house can when your gutters freeze, the water's going on a flat roof. It's nowhere to go except for down into the building. So those are, we had that big snow with the problem. So, but my thoughts are, let's make it urgent necessity and take care of that urgent need that we have instead of adding on. Not opposed to in the future adding on, or looking at, do we need to replace the roof? But I think we need to be careful of calling it an urgent necessity when you're looking at everything.
And I guess when you guys made that comment, I guess I need to understand. Now, to me as a parent, I think it's an urgent necessity. So I guess the question I'm asking, with you all being seen the subject matter expert, why do you deem it's not an urgent necessity? Just so I can understand, because I don't have that's my husband's lane, as electricians, and the roofing and all that. That's not my thing. So if you could explain why you don't deem this as an urgent necessity when our superintendent or in administration does, that would be helpful for me.
Right. So I agree, and I think we all agree this is an urgent necessity. Okay. But look at the drawing as stripes, the blue stripes. Okay. If you're holding it with Progressive Roofing to your south.
Right. And so I'm looking at, this would be the blue straight. There's two long blue lines around section 1.
Right.
There's
so for instance,
a blue line across section 5,
right.
and there's 2 blue lines across section 6, and then section 7 and 8. Is that correct?
Right. So what we were told from our site visit, and basically what they're doing in this drawing, is they're taking every valley and saying we're redoing it. We don't have leaks in every valley. Okay. So if the leak that I know of is the second from the left leak between section 1 and 2, okay, that is the leak that we know is water's pouring in. I believe that's where the electrical problem is. So then when we see, section 5, that's the lunchroom. There's no water coming in there. And then section 8, that's the old industrial arts room. There's no water coming in there. So basically, the issue we have is, hey, this second stripe, which probably could be done within the superintendent's discretion anyway. I'm sure if they're able to do all this for 130 something, I'm sure that one area is within his purview. We're saying, yes, this is an urgent necessity. No, 6 is the home ec area. So if you look at 4, that's the gym, to give you that reference. So anyway, there are a whole bunch of areas in here that currently aren't leaking. I don't know of any leak, for instance, in the band room or the choir room. So the problem is that it's great. We see this problem here. We're going to take care of all of it, right? But I think we're stepping on our urgent necessity definition by going beyond the thing that's actually leaking. And then I also think we're risking, like I said, opening up non-leaking areas in the winter. I don't think we want to do that. It's just like your home. If you put new shingles down and it's not hot, they don't adhere, they don't stick, and then the wind peels them off. So it's even worse here because this is put on with hot tar kettles and torches, and it needs to stick. So I'm just saying, urgent necessity, yes, we all agree, but make it the urgent necessity of the area that's leaking so we're compliant with the state auditor and all the other. And also, I think Jamie probably already has the authority to do that, unless they have some compelling reason that says, yeah, we really want to cut your roof open in the middle of February. I don't understand that.
So, and Jimmy, this part that I pointed out the wrong line, but that line, that probably could be under the amount where you could just do it, right? And you wouldn't even have to come to the board, possibly.
So, and then what I also hear you say, if I heard you correctly, Mr. Gruber, I just have to put it in layman's terms so I understand it, because like I said, this is not my wheelhouse, and I do have a lot of questions when I get home and ask my husband just about the electrical and the roof piece. You were informed there was leaks everywhere, and then now, based off of 2 board members going to a site visit and bringing it up today at this board meeting, that's the first of your knowledge that there's not leaks in the entire roof. Is that my understanding?
That was my understanding.
I mean, we walked through.
So
the
will
thing
we
and-
go back after this then, Mr. Groove, to kind of get back with our principal there, as well as checking with the progressive
So-
roofing to make sure that the document.
I texted Progressive Roofing
Okay, thank you.
and I said, did we have other leaks in the valleys? And I said, I'm being told it was only one area. They said, yes, there's a map of the leak locations. 15 total leak areas.
Okay, so
Weak areas, yeah. A weak area and a leak.
is
area
it weak
probably.
or leak is what you said, Mr. Groove?
Leak areas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So is the diagram that we have in our packet correct, or does it need to be updated? Based off of what he's saying, is he saying the graph that he provided is correct? Because if we're counting, if I'm looking at the leak areas at the blue lines, so excuse me, I'm novice, this is not my thing. So I just want to make sure I'm involved, I'm understanding, and if someone else saw it, they could also follow along.
Not to interrupt you, Latoya, would it be beneficial to do a quick recess so you could make a phone call, Jamie, to get proper
Yeah, I'm fine with that
information?
too.
Just
Yeah.
saying, that way we're not speculating,
I
we have
agree.
hard evidence.
Yeah, I agree, Ms. Summer.
Just
We could.
throwing it out
I'm
there.
down. Can we do a 10-minute recess? Is that okay? I
I just-
second that motion
before-
up to
yeah.
Ms. Summer for a 10-minute recess so Jamie can make contact with.
That way
our
we have
vendor.
facts.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Summer, for that.
Before we recess, I just want to say, like, this is obviously I went there a whole long time ago, but I know the building real well. And we were in what used to be the plastic injection molding shop, which is now storage. We were in the home ec. We were looking in the choir, looking in the band. And if you look at area 5, that's a cafeteria. That's a cafeteria student area. And so there's just no question for me that at least 3 of these areas were definitely not leaking, you know. I'm just saying, it's not like I'm not speculating and saying that he told us. I'm saying there's at least 4 rooms, 5 rooms here probably that I physically entered, and there's definitely not any leaks in them. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would just say, we walked through the building, there were no buckets anywhere, trash cans other than those 2 rooms collecting, water coming in, and I asked specifically, can I see the other lakes? They said there are no other locations.
10 minutes, right? Is that what we're doing? I second your motion, Ms. Summer, for the
Thank
record.
you.
3rd, 4th.
Good for roll call.
Do we have a second?
It was probably she was the first, I did second.
Ms.
Yeah,
Staudenberger,
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer, aye. Ms. Herbert,
Aye.
Ms. Walsh,
Aye,
Mr. Kirschner,
That's me. Aye.
motion passes.
it is 7:48 and we will be back at 7:58. aggressive map. It's a little different than the one.
Are we reconvening?
Huh?
Reconvening.
Yeah, we'll just pass it on down. Our It's 7:58 and we're back from recess and we'll continue the discussion on the urgent necessity.
Okay, I talked to Progressive Roofing a couple times and said there are the map that's being passed back and forth. The pink X's mark the different leak locations. So if you look at those where those X's are in comparison to the projected work, the projected work covers all of those leaks. We asked them specifically about, is it problematic to do this in the wintertime? And he said they do torch, and specifically, would we get a better roof product if we waited for the summer? And he said they torch all the time in the winter, and he did not have concern that it would be a less quality repair. He also said that he thinks that we have a lot of problems that could get much, much worse if we ignore these and don't address it.
And I will say thank you for the map that you shared. I was able to look a little closer, and if you look deeper in the blue, you can see the purple X's that are actually identified on this map. So I do see that. Thank you for that. I was like, oh, because I was wondering if it was the way it was printed. But then looking at that map, I could identify and circle the actual X's. So thank you for that. So this map is accurate. What is in here is accurate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
Is there a warranty with this work?
In the written document that I sent everybody, the response is paragraph 14 of the owner contractor agreement prepared by the district legal counsel contains warranties against defective workmanship and materials, and it is enforceable for 6 years, consistent with the Ohio statute of limitations for written contracts.
And so if that's the case, will that be added to whatever you sign then? That way when we get the agreement, when you're signing for it, that the warranty will be a part of that you'll sign?
That's what our legal counsel is saying. Now, I will tell you, I don't think Progressive Roofing is saying this is a 6-year fix. They said this is something to get us through 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
So I wonder what the 6-year statement means. I'm just going to read 2 real quick sentences and then I'll be done. Emergency authority exists to stabilize immediate hazards. When it's used to authorize non-permanent work without basic competitive validation, it exposes the district to audit findings, procurement challenges, and future risks. This isn't theoretical concern. It affects how our decisions are reviewed long after tonight. Doing the right thing here doesn't mean slowing down. It means restoring classrooms promptly, confirming scope and pricing through limited competitive input, and authorizing work in a manner that is transparent, defensible, and worthy of the trust of our students, families, taxpayers, and the board. I would say it's very possible that doing all this work and the winter is just fine, and it's also very possible that it's a bad idea. And I think by having other roofers look at this, I would probably solidify whether it matters or not. I think if you just simply Google build up roofing, see how it's done, and then look up winter and hazards or those types of things, you're going to see most places and people will say just don't do it. It's best to do it above 50 degrees. So I don't know. I'm always concerned when you only have one voice on this kind of thing, and I would like to see a competitive look and some input from some other people. And again, I think we're opening up the building envelope in the middle of winter. So if he's right and the torches are great and everything's great, fine. If they're not, we'll learn the hard way. But the idea that an architect comes in to look at a build up roof, it's already built, it's already a known envelope system. Roofers already know how it's done. And if you look at this situation, there's no architect, it's one roofer giving us their opinion. So I would say it wouldn't hurt. We could have already had multiple opinions in the last period of time that we've had. And I would personally address the one issue that we know is really bad, and then just make sure we're aligned before we do the whole project. That's just my input. Thank you.
What were you reading, John? Was that just your opinion?
It's right here. I didn't read the whole thing, but it's printed right here for you.
What is it?
Kathy can pass it down to you.
What is it? Is it your opinion, or are you reading something from somewhere?
Oh, no, I mean, the idea that what the emergency authorization exists for.
But where did you get it from is what I'm asking. Like, where did you get the information from?
From the state auditor and from the Ohio Revised Code, and then I just put it in my own words.
The Ohio Revised Code does not give a definition of urgent necessity anywhere in it.
No, it talks about competitive bidding. That's what I'm referring
It
to.
does, but urgent necessity is open to the board as a whole determining that. And I would think a leak damaging our property would deem it a urgent necessity. Our students being affected daily on it, as well as our teachers. So in my opinion, that flat out is an urgent necessity.
And then I would say that it's been an urgent necessity for a year and a half, which probably negates your urgent necessity. These leaks didn't just pop up in this winter.
So have we been without electricity for the last year and a half? Have these students been outside of their classroom for the last year and a half?
I have been in the school and I haven't seen a leak in the.
Jamie, have these students been without electricity or these issues for the last year and a half?
Not to my knowledge.
Was your question if the students have had, haven't had electric for the last year and a half? Was that right?
Correct.
That's taking what I said and just twisting it all around.
You said this issue's been
Because
going on
that
for
is
a year
an
and a
area
half, which
that
is
I
why it's not
agree.
an urgent
That is an
necessity.
area that
That
I
is
agree is
explicitly what you
urgent
just said.
necessity. That is that area where I've already conceded is urgent necessity. Now we're applying it to the entire roof in the winter, and and it even states, we even have it in writing, this has been an ongoing concern. So yeah, if you want to say all of a sudden it's an urgent necessity, the whole roof, great. But historically and already in the writing we've received, these leaks have been an ongoing issue. So we have one serious issue, and if you want to extend that and say the whole roof is now an urgent necessity and that excuses non-competitive bidding and the board is comfortable with doing that, great. I'm just saying I'm not, because I don't think it would have taken us long to have other roofers come out, estimate the same thing, and also give us their opinion about, hey, is this a good thing to do in the winter or not? And what kind of warranty they would give. We don't have any apples to apples comparison, which is one of the dangers of using urgent necessity to address the whole roof. That's my point. That's my opinion. It came from me. If you want to know where this came from, it's my writing, and that came from me. Thank you.
My comment would be that that the approval is limited to emergency work necessary to stop active water intrusion and remediate associated electrical safety hazards required to restore safe instructional conditions. No permanent or non-emergency work is authorized under the resolution. That's I would like to consider that and ask my fellow board members what they think about that. Because the way the resolution to address urgent necessity, the electric work is not being addressed in that resolution. And I'm really concerned that these kids have been sitting in this dark room since February. Well, it happened on February the 2nd, is when the electric went out. And, now we're 8 days later.
So if you could provide what area of the resolution, what line item you were speaking of making the recommendation for change, Ms. Walsh?
I think it should be added to the resolution in full because the resolution, none of it addresses the electrical work.
Okay, so, Mr. Group, if I
And
so
I would-
may. Mhm. So go ahead, answer whatever she needs to say. I just had a question for Jamie as well. Thank you. Did you have something else to add, Ms. Walsh, to the question I had originally asked you? Or if not, I can ask Mr. Group his question.
Yeah, I was saying, my question is why we should add. What I want to know is why we can't add the electrical work to the urgent necessity and limit the urgent necessity to only where there are active leaks.
So with that, knowing what I know about, at least when one thing is broken, there could be a myriad of things that go along with it. So I would hate to handcuff our superintendent with only where there are leaks, where there could be issues because of the leaks in other areas. So when I read this, my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, that it was written in a way that if there's other things that may be like adjacent to or attached to the leak, it still gave you the authority to do what was needed. Is that how I'm understanding this?
Um, I would say this urgent necessity gives me authority to do the proposed roof repairs identified, but nothing would stop us. I think I already said earlier that we'll get electricians out there tomorrow to address the electrical issues. I really thought we had to fix A before we could fix B.
Gotcha.
But
So meaning the roof, then the electrical.
yes,
Gotcha.
but if we can do it separate. I mean, we'll call electricians and try to get people out as quickly as possible tomorrow, because I do not like the concept of kids in dark rooms either. It's straining on their eyes. It's not an ideal learning situation, which we're trying to get our classrooms to be, if you remember my old saying, safe, dry, warm. So we can have kids in their classrooms to do that.
All right. So with what's proposed, this allows you to take care of the roof. Then will we need to come back to do something separate for the electrical, or is what we've discussed tonight enough basis for you to do that as well?
I think the electrical work would be in my discretion, because I don't think that would be a financial threshold. The other thing is, I anticipate that the electrical work could potentially be covered by our property insurance as damage as a result of the leak.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
All right. Any other questions anywhere?
So just one more question then, just so I'm clear. What Ms. Walsh is proposing, will that hinder you? How does that impact what you've proposed? Just so I can understand in straight layman's terms.
Um,
And that's why I asked you, Kathy, to actually identify what areas or how it would be worded throughout. So I could then ask Jamie, based off of what you're wishing to add, how it impacts him to do his job, to run the district and take care of this issue that he's put before us today.
The areas to be identified would be identified by Mr. Groove, and that would be the active leaking areas. Now, when I walked through the schools, those were pretty obvious what the active leaking areas were.
So in number 2, I think it says the roof must be repaired immediately to correct the electrical issues, prevent water damage, and reopen the classrooms affected by the leaks. So that already addresses the affected leaking areas if I'm reading number 2 correctly in the resolution that Mr. Grube has proposed to the board this evening. Is that correct, Mr. Grube? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what I would say that you do not need to have, you do not need to have, uh, fix the roof in order to have temporary electric into the classrooms that don't have electric. You don't need to do that.
But if what Mr. Kirshner said he saw is that water's going into the electrical part, and to prevent the water from going into the electrical areas, wouldn't that mean we need to fix the roof?
Well, yeah, first of all, just hindsight, which is easy, right? And just our response, regardless of what we did. Um, like I can tell you, the fire department didn't expect to turn off the water, turn off the electric for a week. There's too many ways we could have addressed it. One is simply divert the water off of the electric by going up magnets, tarps, rubber mats, whatever, and just keeping the little water, the little drip, like your tub, from dripping right into the top of the electrical, the 6x6 electrical box. So there was a couple of ways we could have done that. One is just waterproof the whole thing with a NEMA enclosure. The other is just divert the water off and let it dry, and then we could have re-energized the circuit. So I just think I'm just pointing out, hey, we should have been a little more diligent, a little more creative to make sure the kids had their lights on. That's all. I was kind of surprised. So there's, Latoya, to your point, there's multiple ways we could have had the lights on for the kids by now. I'm just pointing that out. One is we just let this slow little drip from a beam just continue to drip into the box. It's pretty simple. So.
Okay, thank you for that. And then Mr. Grube, but you did that. I am understanding you correctly with item 2, correct? On what you like affected by the leaks, it puts in the scope of the leaks. I know this is related to, but normally we have a business manager and he resigned for for his appropriate reasons. Where are we at with assisting with getting someone to fill that position to assist with some of this? Because this is a lot, in addition to other workload that you're handling. So I just thought I'd ask, since this would be the work of that person.
Yes, I've been filling in that role. We have 3 director positions posted right now. Excuse me. I reviewed applications earlier this week, and we'll be identifying people we want to come in to bring in for interviews. I did have a discussion with someone today about potential temporary fill-in hire. That would be very expensive, but it's one of those where I've been chasing my tail trying to do all the different things and answer the questions when I need to take the time to be able to try to get some people interviewed and selected and brought to the board for approval and all those sort of things.
That's why I asked, because that's why I was making sure, because I know that this is a heavy lift, and with a lot of our buildings needing repair, since we also had things on the ballot. And this was one of those buildings that was going to be a part of that levy as well. So I know it's a temporary fix. Will they update this to add the 3 years though, like you mentioned, that, they're estimating that this is only a 3-year fix, so that way it's in writing as well?
I'll talk to legal tomorrow.
That's the only questions I had. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Not for them, but just if Mr. Kirshner would be able to reference whatever Ohio Revised Code he mentioned and something else he looked at, that'd be great. So I can add it to the statement he sent down. Thank you for providing that.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it now. If you want to email it to us, it's fine. I was just asking so I can update my notes. Thank you.
Okay. I can give it to you. I mean, two that I know of are 331-346, 331-175 or 2. But I don't have in front of me the all the urgent necessity language, so I can get you that when I get back to my house. Thank you.
Well, comment. Thank you, Mr. Group, for doing the work that you did do. It was great. And then also taking the time to follow up and get us the accurate information, which is already in line with what's in our packet this evening. So I do want to thank you for that and following up with us. And then also Mr. Smathers with scheduling the rest of us so we can also have some tours as well in their building. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And I also wanted to say I'm not trying to cast any dispersions or blames. I was just sharing my observations that I hope, could be helpful going forward. And I do know from one of the OSBA, our last OSBA conference, one of the things that was pointed out to me is that a lot of districts do electrical maintenance and they cross over into lines without knowing it because they're not licensed, right? And so we get maintenance guys doing things. And if it was your home, it would be one thing, but when we're in our own commercial envelope, and we got maintenance guys getting into certain voltages, certain things, and changes are being made without permitting, I think it can create some serious liability for us from an insurance standpoint and also from an employment standpoint.
Any other questions or concerns?
And just to clarify, Jamie, you're going to have an electrician out there tomorrow.
We're going to contract electricians tomorrow, whether they can get out there tomorrow or not. And if we want to follow appropriate permitting with the city, I don't know how long that would take.
So if I can, the permitting for the city can be done after the repair. They would consider this an emergency repair and allow for permitting following the work. That was from the city of Groveport.
Anything else? All right, if we could have roll call, please.
And this is the resolution is staying as is, correct? That's what we're voting on. Just so I'm clear. Because I didn't hear, that's why I asked you what language specifically that you were proposing. So when we voted, we would know what language that is. And I didn't get that in what section of the resolution needed to be updated for us to vote appropriately.
I heard CART. I'm sorry, I didn't get quite all that. Were you asking for a revised?
I was not asking. I was just making sure that the roll call that Ms. Zimmer was going to call was based off the resolution as is, because we did not receive any updated language to the resolution, if that is what's being asked of us to vote on.
I wasn't asking to update the resolution. I was asking to possibly make some changes if anybody was wanting to, but nobody else seemed to want to. So I'm not going to spin our wheels for something everybody doesn't want to do.
I just wanted to make sure
So,
everybody was heard and was clear on what we were voting on.
I'm very concerned that this is not completing the whole urgent necessity, and
that's why I asked you to provide additional information so we could render that decision if you have that, and that wasn't provided.
Gotcha. So I would propose an amended resolution addressing the urgent matter of the water intrusion and electrical that is currently present, and that we receive competitive bids for the entire project so that we have information from other roofing contractors, and that we simply just get estimates, just estimates, not necessarily competitive bids, but estimates for the repair and other opinions for the remainder of the other areas of the building that aren't immediately causing peril, because I think that is better aligned with the urgent necessity. So that's here in front of me right now. I could read it again, but I'm basically making a modified motion to address the area that is immediately leaking, causing problems with the electrical, and then request bids from other trusted roofing contractors or estimates from other trusted roofing contractors for the remainder of the work, so we have something to compare to.
can you restate your motion?
I amend the motion to clarify that the urgent necessity is the area of the roof that is causing immediate peril to the electrical system and intrusion into the classrooms, and that the remainder of the roofing project receive estimates from other contractors for comparison.
I'll second.
So where would that go in the resolution? That's where I was that's all I've been asking for this evening was when we're talking about adding language, would that be under the Board of Education resolves as follows as item 4? Or would that go under rationale, modifying item 2, modifying line 2? I just want to make sure it's clear on what we're updating before we vote.
In that case, I would move to table this until after executive session, and I will write up the motion.
I'll second that. So we have a motion to table until after executive session. We have first John who made the motion. I second. Could you do roll call, please?
I have a comment first.
That will give, and the reason why is because John would like a moment to write down the motion.
I understand.
Thank you.
Am I not allowed to have a comment?
Oh, yeah, I just
have a
stating
comment
it as the
about it.
chair. That's all. Sorry.
I understand what you're saying, John, but I do think it's going to add additional cost if the people doing the repair bring all their equipment out twice and load it up on a roof. That's additional time and labor that we are paying for not once but twice then. So you do have to think it through to make sure you're looking at it the most cost effective way as well. Yes, doing the competitive bidding will possibly get us a lower bid, but there is no guarantee.
Right, and I think we already have a price, so I don't think we're risking anything there. And if you look at the time frame that these people put this bid together, right, I think we can get bids from other people very quickly. And so that's why I'm proposing that. I don't think I'm not talking about having architects put together a big bid package.
I thought you said do the urgent leaks and then come back and do the second leaks at a later time after doing the competitive bidding, which would then require 2 sets of labor and hours taking the equipment up and going back out, which could add additional costs.
I understand what you're saying. I just, again, urgent necessity, I see that as that portion being the urgent necessity.
I want to make sure I understand, Ashley, what your concerns are. You're saying that the cost will be more to get multiple bids, or I'm not sure. Like, could you go through that with me one little bit?
It could potentially add costs because of the labor involved with bringing the equipment out and putting it on the roof to do the task at 2 different times versus in one swoop. Most people pay their employees per hour based on the labor involved, so it could add additional costs.
And it might be wise to make the motion that we have 2 classrooms not currently usable, and that we get the bid on the whole product and not start until we get a couple extra bids that will tell us whether cutting the roof open in the winter is wise and if the pricing is where it should be. So again, urgent necessity. We're without 2 classrooms. Electrical gets fixed, so it could be, the motion could be made 2 different ways.
Well, let's vote on his motion to table. Thank you for your comments, Ashley. And could you do roll call for John's motion to table this item until after executive session, so he has a moment to write down the changes that he'd like to make.
Ms. Staubalberger?
No.
Ms. Zimmer? No. Ms. Herbert?
No.
Ms. Walsh?
Yes.
Mr. Kirschner? Motion fails.
Okay, and then he has a motion on the floor to amend the original motion to I guess we'll have to go through that again. Let me go back and find it on my closed caption. Can you write that motion down, John? We'll just take time and wait.
I was just asking what he read, where would it go in
Right.
the resolution? That was my question. I heard what he said. I was just trying to understand the placement and where that would go within the resolution for the meeting minute notes. So I knew what I was voting on. That's all. That was my question.
So, John, were you gonna write the motion down, or do you wanna withdraw the motion, or do you wanna restate the motion to amend?
I amended the motion. I'm being asked where I would like that language added to the motion. So I'm going to need time I would need time to rewrite that. I will also say that roof leaks at Middle School North are causing electrical issues throughout the building, resulting in multiple classroom closures. I guess that statement's okay. I don't really like the look that it's electrical issue throughout the building. I see one small electrical issue. So again, if you want it clearer than I stated, and I think it should be written out, I would probably add a clause to the rationale, but I would need a moment to write that up. I think we could also.
I thought we were required to write it down.
Yep, okay, we'll just sit here and wait then. Can we take a 5-minute recess? I move that we take a 5-minute recess so Mr. Kirschner can write down his motion.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Ms. Staudenberger.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer. Aye. Ms. Herbert.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye, thank you.
Motion passes.
I don't know if I can do this in 5 minutes.
It's 8:41 and we're back in session. And Mr. Kirschner has his motion written down, so can you read it?
I would suggest first that we have a motion here on the table for urgent necessity. And if the board wishes to pass that, I'd say we start there. And if that passes, there would be no need for my amended motion. But at the pleasure of the board, I can present mine first and we can vote on it, or we can vote on the urgent necessity first.
So are you withdrawing your motion to amend?
No, I have it's not my motion when I write it does not rise to a motion to amend. It's a different motion. So I'll read it as I have it. I move the board direct the superintendent to prepare and solicit competitive bids for the roof repairs using the information provided in the current estimate, and that any repair work done for the electrical repair shall fall within the statutory limit authorized of under $75,000.
So this motion is separate from the motion that is on the table.
The motion that's on the table has a lot that would need changed. It says there's electrical problems throughout the building that would need scratched. It says the roof must be repaired immediately to correct electrical issues that would need replaced. So the urgent need, as I see it, is based on the fact that we have 2 classrooms that are not currently in use, and I don't think that's really reflected in this urgent necessity motion. So I made a new motion, which I just read, because rewriting this resolution would take more time than 5 minutes allotted. So my motion is move that the board direct the superintendent to prepare and solicit competitive bids for the roof repair using the information provided. Then any repair work done for the electrical repair shall fall within the statutory limit of under 35,000 already pre-authorized.
So we have to take care of the motion that's on the floor right now. So you can make a motion to lay it on the table, or to postpone, or to refer to committee, or to amend. Those are options, but we have to vote on the motion. If that's my understanding of how that works. Then we can't take another motion while we have a motion pending. So we have a motion pending.
I would motion to postpone then.
Okay. John has a motion to postpone until when? Well, we already did that, right? You want another motion to postpone till when?
Postpone until estimates can be received from other roofing companies. I would say 10 days.
Is there a second? There's no second, so that motion fails.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a motion to add, amend, or a motion to add number 6 to the resolution. So the one problem with this is we're going to have to remove the not to exceed, we'll leave that. Okay. But this just says progressive, and I would want to add electrical contractor to number 4, and electrical contractor. And then also add number 6. Approval is limited to emergency work necessary to stop active water intrusion and remediate associated electrical safety hazards to restore safe instructional conditions. No permit or non-emergency work is authorized under this action. I'll pass that down to the Treasurer Pro Tem. Is there a second on that motion to add that to the resolution as the words approval number 6, Ashley, and then under number 4, we would add and electrical contractor. Is there a second?
I will second it and then add discussion, please. Second.
You said you had discussion item on that?
Yeah, so the item 1 says roof leaks at Middle School North are causing electrical issues. I would change that to an electrical issue. It says throughout the building. I would scratch that, and it says resulting in multiple classroom closures. I would change that to resulting in 2 classroom closures.
Wait 1 moment. So you want to amend my motion to also add
Item 1, roof leaks at Middle School North are causing an electrical issue, singular, scratched throughout the building and resulting in 2 classroom closures. The roof must be repaired immediately to correct electrical issues. I would scratch that because it's not required to correct the electrical issues. Prevent water damage and preventing, I would change prevent to preventing water damage and reopening the classrooms affected by the leaks is a priority. Accordingly, any urgent necessity exists to waive competitive bidding for the procurement and construction services in accordance with ORC 3313.46. The rest, and then the amount of 123, 292 would be in, yeah, sorry.
so
Is this going to be written out by chance?
Say that again.
Are you going to write the amendment out?
I'm pointing out what what I
Kathy
see.
just stated it was an amendment,
I'm
so
writing it right now.
Right.
So the number 1, you're scratching what?
Where are you? On line 2?
Number 1, you want to scratch.
Roof leaks at Middle School North are causing an electrical issue, singular, scratch throughout the building, resulting in 2 classroom closures.
Add the word "and."
Yeah.
Between. These leaks are causing electrical issues and, is that what you said?
2 classroom closures. And now we're on item 2, scratch the first part of the sentence going to the comma, begin the sentence with preventing water damage and reopening, ing, the classrooms affected by the leaks, insert are a priority.
Are you writing that on your paper?
Yes.
Just hand us that paper when you're done.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
An urgent necessity exists to waive competitive bidding for construction services in accordance with ORC 3313.46. Now, item 3 is a price based on the rework of the entire roof, all of the valleys. With your adding item 6, Kathy, my question is, what do you want to do about the pricing in item 3 and item 4? We're authorizing the full extent of the work as an urgent necessity. Then we're limiting the amount of the work to a lesser amount. You understand what I'm saying? We have a bid to do the entire roof at 120, all the valleys, I should say, as shown in the drawings at a price of 123,292. Now we're restricting that to the amount of work that is just needed to restore the 2 classrooms. And that would not be 123,292. What do you want to do with that is the question.
So did you write that down? You can tear that out and hand it down.
I'm asking, what do you want to do with 4 and 5? You added 6, which conflict with 4 and 5. What do you want to do with 4 and 5?
Well, my amendment allows up to that amount, not to exceed that
Ms.
amount.
Walsh, your microphone's not on, so I don't think we can have you on our.
So my amendment already addresses issues somewhat. So, I mean, if you want to change them more, I don't know how else to change those other than what I already did.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that we're authorizing the full work. We're adding 6, but six does not actually change anything because we're actually authorizing the full contract amount for all the work. So we're authorizing the superintendent to do this at 123,292. Adding item 6 doesn't change anything.
Well, you could take out item 3 altogether. He has if the motion passes, he has the authority to do the 123, not to exceed that amount, right?
Say that for me again.
I said the way I look at it is number 3 could come out altogether if you want, and the superintendent recommends board declare urgent necessity existing to waive competitive bid and authorize the agreement with Progressive in the amount of 123,294. So
You're saying we could strike the
not
one-
to exceed. If you took out 3, he still has the ability to. Is that right, Jamie?
Right, based on urgent need, district administrators request a proposal from Progressive. The performance repair work needed, Progressive provided 232. The superintendent recommends the board declare an urgent necessity to waive competitive bidding and authorize with Progressive an amount of 123,292. Now you're saying in 6 that you're authorizing only the work, that we're only authorizing only the work urgently needed now, which would not lead us to 123,292. So if we're changing the top 2 items and they're only repairing the
Well,
leaks,
it says not to exceed. So, Jamie, if we took out item number 3 and this resolution passed, you still be able to do what you need to do for urgent necessity. Because it still has that 123 in there. The superintendent recommends and the board declares. So we're already declaring that it's an urgent necessity. Well, all I was adding is that which that may not even pass, right? So just saying, if for your wording, John, if you took that out, that should meet your needs, right? You wouldn't have to change all that language.
right, with my wording, I am taking out the urgent necessity and putting it at not to exceed 75,000 to repair the immediate work. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
This is still declaring an urgent necessity. It's still 123,000. It gives the superintendent the ability to spend up to that much. So I don't think adding item 6 actually accomplishes anything.
well, it sounds like you're not amending my motion. It sounds like you're setting a whole nother standard to it.
What I'm pointing out is that item 6 conflicts with item 3 and 4. You know, do with that what you want. Yeah, I was amending it to
Okay.
address 2 corrections. One is that the electrical issue cannot be repaired without the roof repair. That's not true. And 2, there are 2 classroom closures as a result of this, just for clarity. But it says the roof must be repaired immediately to correct electrical issues. We've addressed that. We're going to go forward with the correction. So I was just trying to clarify that as well. Do with it. as
So
you
you're
will.
writing them down on there so we
I
can pass
did.
them down to.
I did.
Okay, can you clear that out? I'll give you mine. and
Okay.
then-
Do you want anything changed with the 123,292?
No, mine's I had my motion stance as adding number. I gave it to Ashley already. And we'll read it again if we need to, right? Yeah.
So what
So
do you want done with
I'm
this?
just gonna give that to her so she has it. Is
Okay.
it okay to take it out of this? Right here, here you go. There it is. Okay, so that's John's motion. I'll second. Does anybody have any questions on that? Can we have a roll call, please?
I just need it reread because that was a lot. So that's all.
Well, my hand is back to John because there's a lot of
Oh, you got
notes in there
questions?
for him to read it because there's crossed out things. It's not just a line item. But I do have a comment. I just want to point out that you are changing the resolution to specifically say there is one electrical issue, one singular electrical issue, and no one has gone into that building to actually look to determine that. Just stating that we have not had anyone, an electrician, actually go in to assess the situation to actually determine it is one singular issue.
That's a good point, because we just have.
So
the
you're saying
superintendent
John's
to-
motion says that there's one electric issue?
Yes, he is changing it to one electrical issue,
And we did
a
ask the
singular electrical issue.
and we just asked
So
the
you want that
superintendent
changed
to get an
to
electrician out.
causing any electrical issues? I mean, the only one we're aware of, right? So John, you want that changed to say any?
Yeah, it said it was
electrical
causing electrical
caused by
issues
the-
throughout the building, and I just,
Electrical issues.
I didn't think that was an accurate representation.
Change that to any electrical issues caused by the electric.
I was
Or
just
by
stating
group.
the fact that it was contradicting what we had already discussed. That was all.
Throughout the building. So you don't want to take this motion, or you got it? You got it down, right? His amendment?
I mean, I can write it down from that if I need to.
I
Okay.
thought you asked them to read it.
Well, I did ask him to read it. And is he giving that to me to take home as well?
Can I tear this out, John?
What?
This contract, yes. Yes, he's
I
giving
need
it
to
to
read
you.
it first, though.
There you go.
She asked them to read it, the motion.
Oh, the motion. Okay, so the motion is, John's making a motion to amend my motion to amend. So, he wants to strike the word authorized from the resolution language, waiving competitive bidding based on urgent necessity and authorizing to and seeking an agreement with middle school north roof repair projects estimates from qualified roofing contractors. And the superintendent recommends declare an urgent necessity. John, you're gonna have to read this, so I'm gonna make sure I'm following what you're saying.
I thought, okay, so I'm confused. Because I thought you said your motion stands as written, right?
my
No.
motion- No, these
Okay.
are your amendment to my amendment.
All right, so,
Okay?
all right. Where do you want clarification, please?
Everywhere. You're
Line number
striking the
one,
word-
roof leaks at middle school north are causing an electrical issue, resulting, in 2 classroom closures, okay? So the rooms that do not have lighting are not closed. There's one junction box, which was arcing, and the, fire department came out, looked, and the on-staff maintenance has sealed that up to where the wires are still hanging out, but it's not yet ready to be energized. So they pointed that out as the issue. I would scratch the first part of line 2, starting with after the comma, preventing water damage and reopening the classroom affected by the leaks are a priority. Accordingly, an urgent necessity exists to waive competitive bidding for procurement of construction services in accordance with ORC 3313. I would scratch item 3 because it has the amount in it. And then item 4 can be left if you believe it's acceptable to the 123-292 with your restriction that it only addresses the immediate and urgent need. As I stated, I think 4 and 6 are in conflict with each other. That's it.
That's what you mean, that maybe you can follow it a little better, so. All right, I'll second his motion to amend, Latoya.
Ms. Dowdalberger, your vote, please.
No.
Ms. Zimmer, no. Ms. Herbert,
No,
Ms. Walsh,
No.
Mr. Kirschner,
Yes.
Okay,
Motion
now we go
fails.
on to my motion to amend, which was the approval. Did everybody see that? I wrote it down. Do you need that read again? Or would you like to just look at it and read it?
She could just reread it just like we would always do. That's fine for me.
Hold on. For some reason, my closed caption is not scrolling. So I-
Miss Walsh was asking about her motion that we were on that one. And she asked me
Yeah,
if
now
we
we're-
want to read it. I just said normally before we do roll call, we restate the motion. So just the same practice as normal. That's all I said.
Yes.
And if I recall correctly, she wanted to add to item 4.
Yep, an electrical contractor.
Yes,
And she
the
added
electrical
number 6.
contractor.
And then she added number 6. under
Yes, which
rationale.
is approval is limited to emergency work necessary to stop active water intrusions and remediate associated electrical safety hazards to restore safe instructional conditions. No permanent or non-emergency work is authorized under this action.
No,
Ms. Stoutoberger.
no, you looked at me, so I thought you wanted me. Sorry.
Did
No,
anybody
my
have any
apologies.
other questions about that amendment? No, then we'll do roll call.
Who made it and who seconded it, please?
I had Miss Walsh first
I'm-
and Mr. Kirschner second is what I have.
That's
Yeah,
what I
Thank you.
have
Yes,
as well.
that's correct.
Thank you.
So roll call.
If there's no questions, go to roll call. Yes, please.
Ms. Stoutoberger.
No,
Ms. Zimmer, no. Ms. Herbert.
No.
Ms. Walsh.
Yes.
Mr. Kirschner.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay, and now we'll go to the original motion. If we can have roll call, please.
and to confirm just from my notes, Miss Simmer had me first and you second, correct?
I believe so. Actually,
Yes, ma'am.
And yes, that is correct. Ms. Stoutoberger.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer, yes. Ms. Herbert.
Yes.
Ms. Walsh.
And I think this exceeds the urgent necessity, and so I'm gonna vote no, even though I do want all of this fixed.
Mr. Walsh. Or Mr. Kirschner, sorry.
I refuse to answer after that. No, please.
Motion passes.
All right, now we're on to the treasurer's agenda, and I spoke with Adam, or I think he sent us all emails, and so what we're going to do is, he has all his reports, and we're wishing him the best. He's dealing with a personal issue, and we're wishing him the best on that. And I'm gonna move that we accept his reports as submitted. Do I have a second?
Second that motion, ma'am.
And could you, does anybody have any questions about these reports as they are submitted by the treasurer?
I do not, thank you.
No, and I appreciate him sending these to us. If we could have roll call, please.
Ms. Stoutoberger.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer, yes. Ms. Herbert.
Yes.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
We're now moving on to H, executive session. It is recommended that the Groveport Madison School Board of Education enter executive session to consider the investigation of charges or complaints against a district employee or official pursuant to ORC 121.22G1, and to confer with the board's attorney concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject to pending and imminent court action, if applicable, pursuant to ORC 121.22G3. Preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning the compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment pursuant to ORC 121.22G4. The board further acknowledge, okay, strike that last line, because we may or may not take action. Do I have a? So moved.
What line of the board?
It's recommended we go into executive session for the reasons stated.
The word striking the last line, it says the board further acknowledges that no formal action, you stated.
Any subsequent, oh, okay, the board acknowledges that no formal action or vote will be taken in executive session and that any subsequent board action will occur in open session. Thank you, Latoya.
You're welcome. So moved.
I'll second.
We have roll call, please.
Ms. Stoutenberger.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer, yes. Ms. Herbert.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
It's 9:06 and we're in an executive session. And we're now.
Second.
Can we have roll call?
Ms. Stoutenberger.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer, yes. Ms. Herbert,
Yes.
Ms. Walsh,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
motion passes.
12:34 and the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.